Check, check, check. Let's pretend. Does this work? No, this won't work. If I sit back here, you can't hear it coming out of the mic. No, so I'd have to like actually lean up to.
We could do two people with clip-ons and two mics.
Have you used the clip-ons?
Yeah, they work.
Okay.
Tested them yesterday.
Yeah.
It'd be quick. We can quick and easy.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Hello. Oh wow, just works right away. If I like clip this to my,
Perfect. Yeah, you sound good.
if this is over here, doesn't it needs to be touching my throat.
Well, close. Just on the corner.
Well,
It'd be fine.
no, because if you do it distance here versus it being, no, you're right. Yeah, the call will be fine.
We can always tweak it too.
I'm gonna clip it to my mustache, and that way it'll like right in front of me.
Okay, let's. I gotta go move my car.
Yeah, what? Pops, are you gonna talk?
So I think I can leave. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. All right, lady. It's not loud enough. I don't hear. Yeah. Can't stand in front of you. Out of respect. Gotcha. And what's it? Hello, everyone. The Abraham Lake Singers and family would like to thank you very much for inviting us and to come share our wisdom and our words. When I was speaking this morning, like I said, I use my heart. A lot of times, too many are thinking with this, and it can confuse them, and others can might as well say, get harmed. So we got to think clearly, and if someone is not feeling good here, I could help. I can help you out. So with that, I'm blessing you for the rest of your day, and I will all see you tomorrow morning. And if someone is traveling and they're not going to be here tomorrow, my prayers are to you that you have safe travel back to your home fire, to be back with your families, and take care out there. Hi, Ishnish, thank you.
All right. How are you all doing? Good, how are you? Good, yeah. We have an amazing panel discussion here. We're going to talk about what we have in common. One of the things that I've heard over the years, which I think is very true, is that it is a lot easier to break stuff than to build stuff. And I think we're seeing that in Alberta very clearly. And so we wanted to invite some experts and some amazing activists and community leaders to talk about what we have in common. And so I'm just going to turn it over to you if you want to introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit of your story, and then we'll get into it.
Sure. Thank you, first of all, everyone, for coming out. I just love this event. I've had so many really great conversations so far, and so I'm really excited to be here. My name is Ellie McDine, she, her pronouns. I'm the executive director of the Alberta Queer Chamber of Commerce. So we represent about 150 members across the whole province, queer, trans, and allied-owned businesses and organizations. We do workshops, we do advocacy, we do research. We do a whole bunch of stuff that's really interesting, including working with not-for-profits, social enterprises. We're really trying to extend the idea of what commerce includes and thinking that we actually all deserve to thrive in this province, including queer and trans people. And so that's my day job. I also do public speaking and some consulting work through ellymcdine.com. And other than that, I have 2 kids that keep me very busy, and I'm a proud Albertan as of 13 years ago, which I can't believe already. 13 years.
Hey, welcome. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Marnie Panis. I use your
And-
pronouns. Come at this from a lot of different perspectives. I was part of the work that led to gender identity and expression being added to Alberta's Human Rights Act. And a little interesting closing of the loop, sort of. I'm the first person to test that law. at the Human Rights Tribunal that, and it's now going to Court of King's Bench for judicial review in September. So to be part of a law and then try and to be the first to test it is quite fascinating. So not a very unexpected journey. Also did a lot of work to do the same for Canada's Human Rights Act with Bill C-16, and I was part of the committee that helped draft the apology that Faye talked about earlier to LGBTQS plus people in Canada by Justin Trudeau at the time. That's my external advocacy. That's the stuff that I do for fun. For work, my work has evolved around inclusion, particularly around healthcare. That's really where I started my work around inclusion for health equity, for people to be able to access their health care, for everybody to be fully engaged in their healthcare experience, and then has since moved to private industry. I'm also the board chair of the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion. So really grateful to be here with all of you folks.
Thanks, Marnie. And last but not least,
I'm super thrilled I get to follow that. My name is Nate Pike. I'm the host of this little podcast called The Breakdown. Thank you. Been doing that since, it actually occurred to me, I would have to check the date, but I have a sneaking suspicion that we might be doing this on The Breakdown's 7th birthday.
happy birthday.
So that's pretty wild. I'm also a husband, I'm a father, I'm a paramedic. Yes, I'm that guy who's being sued for $6 million by MH Care. So if there's anybody here who has papers, just meet me over here. And yeah, that's hard to follow, Marnie.
It's not hard to follow. I might have changed laws, but you change minds.
There you go. Okay.
That was very generous of you.
Okay, the first rule is
We don't need him. Okay, sorry, we're just gonna go right.
Yeah, we got this. We got this.
I need to be guiding this conversation before. No, I mean you can just go. But I want the first thing I wanted to ask all of you is, how the heck did you find yourselves in these roles, and why are you doing this to yourselves in Alberta today? Like, is it like, are you compelled to do it? Did you just wake up one day and you're like, oh my God, I'm rewriting the Human Rights Act? And let's start with you, Marnie. Like, how did this come at you, and why are you doing it?
That's a really great question. I ask myself that every single day, Brad. But I'm going to be honest with you. Advocacy, this type of work, you don't go into school and think, this is what I'm going to do with my degree. It finds you. This work finds you. When your values align and you connect with people with shared values, then you realize you have a voice. And I'm going to tell you the story of how this even started. I was very public about my journey of transition. Gosh, I don't even know, 12, 13, 15 years ago, I don't even remember anymore. I was public about it because I had to be. I was working at the Stollery Children's Hospital at the time, a job that I loved so much. And their approach to my transition while I was working there was, this is business as usual. I was on TV on Health Matters before. I was on TV as Health Matters out. It was part of business, and it was such a beautiful experience in my transition. I transitioned because I worked there. But because I was also visible, other people would recognize me. And one mom said to me, hey, you know what, my young girl, trans daughter, can't go to the bathroom in her school. She's being denied access to a bathroom. She's got to use the teacher's bathroom in this Catholic school, Edmonton Catholic School Division. Can you help? And when somebody says, can you help my child? No is really not an option. And so I didn't know what to do, but I'm like, yep, I'm there. And then all of a sudden, I realized that, I'd go to the board meetings. I started to realize that I had a voice, that media were paying attention to me. And I also recognized in these 20 years, to answer the why still now doing it, because I recognized as a trans person in this province, I'm white. I'm able-bodied. I've got connections. I've got relationships. People trust me. I've got a voice that people seem to want to listen to. And all of that power is about, what do I do with it? And so I find myself in those types of positions, and I have to honor. If I'm talking about power and privilege, I recognize the tremendous amounts of power and privilege that even I have. Even though I have a little bit less than a lot of folks because of the current government, I still have considerable amount of power and privilege, and I have to do something with that. And that's true to my values, and then surrounding myself with people like on this stage and in this room is truly the why. This is the why. This is the why.
Nice, thank you. Nate, did you just want to get sued, or why the heck are you doing this to yourself?
So I'm going to be following Marnie for this whole thing. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of different reasons. I think for me, one of the big things was I sat back and I realized there's really just not a space for straight, cisgender, middle-aged white men to express their voices. That's
Cut the mic. You made a mistake.
no, the truth
He's
is,
joking, I think.
I am joking, to be clear. The truth is I grew up punk rock. And punk rock is very much about resistance. It's very much about community. Really, Jason Kenney probably is the biggest person to blame for the breakdown. Because...
Shout out Jason Kenney.
Yeah, shout out Jason Kenney. In the run-up to 2019, I could see what he was doing. And I could see where he was taking the province, and I decided to take a kick at the can at running for office, got my ass kicked. But in the process, one of the things that I had done in my campaign was I tried to unnoise the talking points that the UCP were advancing, particularly like around stuff like GSAs and unceded territories, all that kind of stuff. And when I finished getting my ass kicked, I had a bunch of people reach out and be like, hey, are you going to keep doing the videos, though? And I was like, really? Okay, sure, let's see where this goes. And it turns out it landed on a $6 million lawsuit along the way. But it's to me, that moment right there was so cool for me. Because, I mean, you have your white privilege and all of that stuff. I am the apex predator of privilege, and I have no illusions about that. And hearing from folks who do not share the same amount of privilege that I'm doing something right, that means the absolute world to me. And so that's why, because if you just sit on your power and privilege, then you're just kind of an asshole. And if you use it to do something good, then I think that's a better use of it.
Awesome. Thank you, Nate. Yeah.
Does the man want some more time on the mic? No, sure. Nate's such a good person. I came out later in life. I came out around 35, and I just turned 40 in December, and it's really interesting. I don't want to say spiritual, but I don't know what other words to describe it, because transition is something that we're all going through all the time. Like, we're getting older, we're moving out, we're changing careers, we're getting fired, we're getting divorced. Like, everyone's always transitioning kind of all the time. But it was such a seismic transition in my life. It really kind of kicked open the doors to me wondering, like, what an authentic life looks like across the board. What do authentic relationships look like? What does authentic politics look like? How do I actually exist in that authentic space all the time? But because I was all of a sudden really aligned with how I was expressing myself in public and my pronouns and how I was showing up in different spaces, everything else that felt like a lie felt awful. And so doing work that was not aligned with my values all of a sudden wasn't possible. Like, I was bad at it. Parenting in a way that was like out of line with my values, I was just shit at it. And so some of it's like natural selection in terms of like those opportunities just stopped coming because I wasn't drawn to them in any way. The other thing that happened was I decided to really start telling my story because queer and trans joy was so present in my life, and they were talking about queerness and transness in terms of like deprivation, in terms of like, I can't believe like what you're going through. But my day-to-day life is actually, I wake up and I sometimes go, oh right, I get to be me, and I get to parent this way, and I get to talk to my kids about what it's like being a mom, and I feel so lucky to do that. And so I started posting online, I started writing a lot, and then we did a documentary called Coming Home, and it was about queer and trans joy, and it was part of like, I want to reintegrate my life back into this and like talking to my parents about their experience as I transitioned, talking to other queer and trans people, telling my story of growing up in a small town and like hoping that someone would feel seen in it. And then we hosted a screening at Metro here in Edmonton, like the best theater in Edmonton. And some Metro nerds, thank you. And we had 170 people come out. And it started this whole thing around public speaking. And one of the nice things is I get a lot of young queer and trans people that come up to me now. And they'll say, I was in the closet when I saw this thing, and it made it feel like it was possible. And I always cry. Like, I always just think, if that is all that I get to do in my life, like, I've done something. Because I really feel such, and with Marnie here, this is like such an amazing moment, because like Marnie was one of those people that I really looked up. And was like, I can do this. This is a person who is brilliant and funny and is leading in this world. And it made it feel like it was possible. And so now to kind of have that opportunity to then share with the world again, it just feels like a privilege. I can't believe this is my life.
Wow. Thank you.
Ellie,
Marnie?
I want to jump off that brilliant, and I just want, like, number one, visibility matters, right? Seeing people like ourselves reflected in greater society is so, so important. But something that you said that I'm just going to share and resonate with is that I became a better parent when I became me. And I love that you just said that, because living true, living my values, the privilege that came with being a better parent and a better partner and a better friend and a better, all those things became true. So thank you for saying that, because I see that.
Thank you. Okay, I want to talk about Alberta again. So yeah, that's all just okay. Yeah. So I'm hearing, and I like hearing what I believe, and it's nice to be in this room because I feel like it's family, and it's the kind of family that you choose to spend time with, not some of the other family that you have to spend time with or you don't spend time with. This is a good family, but out there it feels like Alberta is very divided, and we have a government that enjoys that, or at least preys on that division at the expense of building community. And I'm curious about, there's this assumption that we have, I think, in progressive movements, civil society, that we have more in common than what divides us. And what divides us is really about, we have different preferences in, pizza toppings or, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But how do you, in your advocacy and in your lives, break those barriers down with people that are hard to reach, that aren't in this room right now and don't have that assumption that we've got bigger fish to fry, people, than to worry about minor differences that don't really matter? Nate, for example, you probably get some people who look like you in your audience, but are no offense, but not like you. They don't like punk rock. And they look and maybe, who is that? I just kind of look like Alberta Joe, no offense. In a good way. I'm gonna pick on Nate a little bit today. And
Boy, am I glad I left my coveralls at home today.
Yeah, no. And I mean, hey, I shouldn't prejudge people and a book by its cover. But I mean, so the dominant narrative in Alberta that we hear, I don't think is the dominant narrative, right? The idea that we don't actually recognize difference and celebrate diversity and want to build community. But I feel like we're being fed this narrative by the government that we need to blame immigrants for stealing our healthcare and education. We need to be afraid of people who don't look or think or act like us or identify like us. It's just this constant feeding of this idea, this narrative that we need to be afraid of each other, and this scarcity mindset. And so I guess the question is are you as tired as I am of that? And how do you break that down in your conversations with people?
I mean, it's tiring for sure. I don't want to minimize that. But it's also part of I can look back at any point in history and be like, oh, there was no racism. No, wait, I can't do that, because that's always been a thing. Human beings, this is part of the human experience. How we choose to interact with that, I think, is what defines us. we were talking a little bit earlier in the green room, if I want to be fancy, boardroom or space with desks. And I was talking about sort of how I define who I interact with. And it really boils down. I used to like try to get caught up in all kinds of like, well, little things. You have to like punk rock. And it comes down to, are you dealing with it in good faith or bad faith? And if you're dealing in good faith, if you're coming from a place of good faith, then no matter how weird things are, I'll show up for that. And I'll listen to that and I'll engage with that.
Cool.
If you're coming from a place of bad faith, then I get to excuse my better angels from the room, and we're going to have a very different experience. But that's what it boils down to. And so I think one of the big things that's really important is there's a lot of people who are curious, and there's a lot of people who are very, very afraid to ask questions because they're used to being told right out of the gates, if you ask this question, you're racist, you're stupid, you're ignorant, you're any of those things. And for people who are trying to, in good faith, understand some of these issues, like some of the things you listed off there are really complex. You have to be able to recognize when it's good faith and go, okay, well, let's take a couple steps back and see if we can't work our way through this. And if somebody's willing to do that with me, I'm willing to do that with them. If somebody's going to try to come up and spout racist, bigoted, whatever talking points, like, okay, that's a different game. But even with the show, like, I don't have the time to fact check the bullshitters. I hope I'm allowed to like swear a little bit. If I'm offending anybody, sorry. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should meet our board chair, Terry Price.
Excellent. But the thing with the show is, if you're willing to come on the show and have a good faith conversation, we can disagree and we can debate things. And I mean, even in the conversation, the last episode that we put up with Gil McGowan, I pushed him pretty hard on some things. That's totally, you can come on the show. But if you're going to come on the show, like I would never have Danielle Smith on the show for two very simple reasons. First of all, she'd never come on the show. Second of all, if I did a half hour with Danielle Smith, I'd have to commit to like the next 6 months of just fact checking all of the lies that she said on the show. Yep. And I don't have that kind of time.
Cool. So Ellie, same sort of question. You know, it like came up when Faye was talking this morning a little bit, right? You know, whose job it is to have hard conversations. Where do you begin if you feel like you do have that capacity? How do we do it in a time where it's just like we have this premier who's like, yeah, lying about everything. Am I allowed to say that? Am I going to get sued? And also just like,
allegedly
feeding those fake divisions so much, right? Like, can you just speak to that a little bit?
Well, to give you some insight into like how much this lives in my mind, I was at a Buddhist temple last night learning about detachment and compassion in hopes that might kind of provide some sort of freedom for me, because I find it really difficult. And the conflict that I feel is I'm from a small town in Saskatchewan. 1,200 people are right on the border of Alberta and Saskatchewan, Macklin. If anyone wants, Google Bunnock Bones Tournament, and you'll be in for a visual treat. That's our big thing in town.
Cool.
But I'm always struck by the contradiction of my memory of my childhood, where I was very much in the closet, and I remember thinking pretty early on in my teens being like, something's not right. I feel off. And I don't buy the born in the wrong body stuff. There's no wrong body. Like, it's not that. But it is like a feeling of like I had to be in the closet. Like, I knew that kind of pretty early on. And I also knew that it wasn't a safe place to come out. Like, it was a very big Catholic religious community, and so there just wasn't a lot of space for diversities, particularly around sexuality and gender. But I also know that when my parents all of a sudden had to go to Lloyd, that's that last second, they dropped me off at the local house next door and they looked after me all weekend. That there's so much care and love and compassion and curiosity that sounds cheesy saying this, but in people's hearts, that there's just also a lot of clumsiness. And there's clumsiness inside myself as well. And so when I'm at my best, I really can see people through that lens of clumsy but kind. And I would like to have a politics that is oriented in that direction. And I also think like reckoning with this idea that it's easy to say the folks in the UCP and broader kind of like right-wing political coalitions are cruel and blunt and stupid and all these things, but they're not stupid a lot of the time. They're really targeted, and they're really good at taking that thing that says that person's different. And so that argument is like, we have to be able to see someone through the lens of they might be transphobic, but they're also a really good community member. They're also really good at loving their family. They're also really caring about like tending to their garden. And I can shift the other thing over time through exposure, but I really can't look at my Albertans with the same lens that I look at through like the political leadership, which I really have a hard time with. I can't hate Alberta right now. That can't be like the way in which I move through the world.
Thank you.
You know, what's really important in this work is that we all find that common purpose, that one thing that connects us, that we're all connected to in one way, that we all share in common. And there's something that's happening right now that we share in common, everybody in this room, even with the separatists, everybody in this province, is that we had our data breached.
Yeah.
That should be enough. All the other shit that happened before should be enough. This should be enough, right? So we should all care enough. Anyway, it seems not to be, but let's just continue down this thread a little bit. I was just sitting in the Notwithstanding session earlier. It was a fantastic conversation. But when it was first introduced in response to removing the eugenics bill and all the things that happened in the late 90s, a lot of people stood up because they cared. They cared about our democracy. They cared about the justice system. They cared about our freedoms. They cared about each other. Right now, not enough people care about trans kids. Right now, not enough people care about teachers and what they're facing up with. Right now, not enough people care about healthcare workers.
Yep.
So how do we get people to care? So this is something that I think about truly. When I think about my work, the best way to reduce discrimination, to reduce barriers, is to get to know people who are different than you. Take the time to get to know a trans person, get to know somebody who survived residential school, get to know a teacher, like get to know each other in real meaningful ways. And I can't control any of those things, but what I can control is how I show up. And I can control the stories that I tell, because now that I've gained this platform, earned or otherwise, I have it. And so what I'm really intentional about right now is living out loud, out proud, sharing, owning every aspect of my story, Marnie's story, my narrative. Because what I've learned is that when I let people fill in the blanks of my story, it's to my detriment. So we have to own our stories, the good, the bad, the challenging, the ugly. Because the best way, again, to reduce discrimination is to get to know people who are different than you. Platforms like yours does that in such a meaningful, profound way that we get to engage with different people and different perspectives and open our minds to them. And then I think about, my partner and I have really leaned into just living our queer and trans and lesbian joy out loud and out proud, because there's nothing worse for our haters. There's nothing that they hate more than seeing trans and queer people and marginalized people happy, healthy, in greater society, being worthy of being loved and cared for. That's how we care for each other. So care for each other and be proud about it. Show how we care.
Yeah, thank you. On the subject of being happy, I just want to shout out Pride Corner really quickly for being that representation of queer joy. Thank you so much. That's another great example. Okay, so clumsy and kind. It's going to be messy, but it's important, and we can do it. This all sounds like stuff when we're talking about common purpose of public interest Alberta that really gets us, right? Working together can be hard with even like-minded people. It can be really hard, and it's worth it. But can you talk a little bit about we have this common purpose, right? We know we don't like Daniel Smith, but more importantly, we know in our hearts what our politics are. And they're really about who we are as people and how we want to be in relation to each other as community members. Why, okay, I'm just going to say it. Why is the UCP polling at 53%, and why aren't we all working together a little bit more effectively at this stage, considering, you know, millions of people's data just got released to Centurion, considering the attacks on queer and trans kids, teachers, considering they want to pull us out of Canada, like all of these things. I wake up every morning and I feel like I'm very lucky. I'm surrounded by people that I love and who love me, and I get this job where I get to talk about the stuff that I really care about. I'm so privileged. At the same time, I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, why are we still waking up to Janet Brown polls that say, like, the UCP is going to get a bigger majority if the election happened tomorrow? It's so frustrating. Like, I guess, I mean, that's not really a question. Sorry about that.
I think
I'm
the
just
question was,
off-gassing
what
now.
the fuck is happening?
Well, like, what is happening?
What the fuck is happening
What the fuck is happening? Sorry for swearing so
No,
much.
I love it. I think a couple things are happening. One of which is that we're living in very fractured realities thanks to basically 4 tech oligarch bros that have kind of created our realities and that we don't really understand. And so if I put something out there, like my Instagram feed, it's very progressive, leftist, queer, trans, it's wonderful. But if I put something out there and I'm a public profile, and I say, hey, this is a moment of queer joy, and I go, I want to really to meet other people. I'm not meeting other people. It's like online, you're not seeing that. When I log in, what I'm seeing is a bunch of things that are painting all Albertans that are right of me as kind of being insane.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they log in and they see there's a trans agenda happening, and it's all Western Standard and Rebel News and these sort of things. So if that is your functional reality, it's only sensible that would be kind of inform where you're going to go. Like,
It's your only lens.
it's your only lens you're thinking about. Like, I saw today that Trump is polling right now at 77% disapproval. The lowest approval rating of any U.S. president. My thinking is, who the hell are these 23% that are like, this is good. This is a good direction we're moving. I love paying $300 to fill up my vehicle for a war no one knows why we're in. But it's because they're not seeing, like, it's so fractured. And so I really hate this advice, and I think I was probably told this when I was younger, but touch grass is, like, really good. Like, it's one thing to post on social media, and I do it, and I have an online presence, and I like it, but I'm under no disillusion that is, like, moving the needle in Lethbridge. Or like, maybe not Lethbridge, moving the needle in Ponoka or something like that. So the work that Faye is doing and, like, going into those spaces, it shouldn't have to be up to us. It shouldn't have to be on our shoulders. But I just don't see a path forward in which we're not kind of embracing a little constructive conflict and actually going, there are things that we can agree on and we can build some pathway towards, like, sensible governing again. But it's not online. I just don't trust any of them.
Yeah.
I think that the biggest why in that, I think back to COVID time when people had a lot more time on their hands and how that really radicalized a lot of folks. And that was, and then it led into misinformation and disinformation intentionally or otherwise. And so, you know, when grandma's on Facebook reading the things that are going on and believing all the things, there's no fact checking in that space. And I was thinking about the notwithstanding clause again, that session. It was so good if you didn't sit in on it. It's just excellent, because thinking back to those late 90s, we had active, engaged, brilliant, well-funded journalism.
Yeah.
Right? We don't have that as much today. We need guys like Nate doing that hard work and getting sued for it and not having the protections of their big conglomerates of media. Like, that's bonkers to me. So those are the things that really stress me out, is the lack of real good journalism and the support for journalism and of real information. So I think that's probably the biggest threat to democracy. And now, I also firmly believe that this is a lot of heavy and negativity and scare, and we should be scared. We should not be complacent. I love the conversation about, you know, building that connection. When I'm out sharing my stories, I actively seek out media that has nothing to do with being trans. It has nothing to do with trans rights, that I'm talking about the war in Ukraine, that I'm talking about homelessness, I'm talking about something else. They just happen to see a trans person on TV, but has nothing to do about that. That's really important to see us out in a greater community, right? So that's a real piece. But I also have hope in this. The pendulum's always swinging. Right now it's swinging pretty far to the left, but what you just talked about in the US, and what happened in Hungary, for example, and some of the other things, that pendulum will swing back. And I think of Martin Luther King Jr., of course, right? Like, this arc will point to justice over time. It's hard when we're in this side of it, and when we're in the ebb instead of the flow. I get that, but that's then when we have to rely on community. We have to rely on the conversation, and we cannot be complacent when we're in the flows. That the work never stops. So things will shift, I do believe so, but it's going to take work now. But the work can't stop when we're at the flow part of it.
Yeah, cool.
I'm a big Jon Stewart fan. And he did a bit, we'll say a little while ago because I don't want to date myself too much. But he did a bit where he talked about the moral arc of history bends towards justice. And that's true. But the thing that he emphasized about it was it's only because there's a whole lot of people pushing it that way. And that's critically important. The COVID piece, I couldn't agree with more. Because it did radicalize a bunch of people. And here's the thing. If you've, and I'm sure most of you have probably crossed paths with one of those folks, they'll talk to anybody. They will spread their gospel like their lives absolutely depend on it because they absolutely believe that I was at Shoppers a couple of weeks ago, and this guy was like, I felt so bad for the teller. I was like, do I step in? Do I not? But he was going on about separatism and all of the things, and she was like, oh my God, I'm getting minimum wage, man. And that's the energy that they bring. And the only way that we can effectively push back is by bringing the same energy. This is why the breakdown ends with the same line and has for years of keep the conversation going. Because we are not in a place where we can, I'm tired. You can be tired for 5 minutes. You enjoy those 5 minutes, rest the hell up, but the reality is we're in a province where they're taking away people's charter rights, they're punching down on the most vulnerable, they're disassembling the healthcare system in order to profitize and privatize it, they're aggressively going after anybody who speaks out against them. And I'm not just saying that because of my own personal experience. I can list off at least another 5 people that I know of personally who have been targeted by this government in order to try to beat them into submission and silence. That's where we are. And you don't get out of that by crossing your fingers and hoping for the best. So it means we have to talk to people. And this is, again, where I go back to the good faith thing. It turns out I'm a little bit recognizable at work now. And so when people have political questions in Calgary EMS land, speaking only for myself and no organizations that I may or may not be affiliated with, it's committed to memory now. But when people have political questions, very often they'll come up to me and they'll be like, hey, I have a question about this thing. And if somebody's showing up like that, I'll make all the time in the world for you. But it's also recognizing the people in our circles that maybe are open to having a conversation. And this is why I say, like, anytime there's a major holiday, fucking ruin Thanksgiving, ruin Christmas. All of those dinners, just be like, yeah, the turkey's great, but did you hear about this bullshit? It's so important to do. And the frustration, I share it with all of the things that haven't landed in the way that absolutely should have. Like, everybody goes to Allison Redford was canned for a flight to a funeral and a nice apartment.
Yeah.
We're well past that.
Yeah.
But it's because COVID made everything about me. Enough, I can't deal with this anymore. I can't deal with all of this stress. I can't deal with all of this crazy stuff. I'm just going to worry about me. That's what COVID did to so many people. And all of those radicalized folks, that's what they're absolutely on about. So if it's punching down on trans youth or punching down on trans people, it doesn't affect me. I don't have to worry about that. If it's punching down on teachers, fucking thank God my kids are going back to school. I don't have to have them in the house. They've got my data. That's a game changer. And I cannot imagine a conversation that should be taking place over the next 2-3 weeks that doesn't include that. Because to your question, Brad, getting back to the end of this very long-winded thing, so many people don't know. That's the biggest problem. Like, we are the hyper-engaged. And you talk to, I guarantee you, you go to your local 7-Eleven and you be like, hey, you ever heard of Janet Brown? They'll be like, is she the mystery author? That's as far as you're going to get, because most people do not have the time. They do not have the bandwidth. And until somebody shows up and engages with them to say, this thing is important, let me tell you why, they're not going to make the time or the bandwidth. But now there's a thing, it absolutely affects them. Your data was just, hope you wanted a second mortgage because you're getting one. That's where we are. And so having conversations like that, I had a conversation with somebody at work whose husband is a police officer. She had no idea about the data breach. And I was like, hey, did you guys get any emails from CPS yet? And she was like, no, why? And I was like, because if your husband's ever been involved in a high-profile file, then there's a very good chance he's on a list. And all of a sudden she was like, wait, what? Those are the conversations that we need to be having to make it real for people.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. I've got one last big question. Yeah, Nate. How much time do we have? Are we going to 1:45 or 2? 1:45? 2? 2? Oh, we got lots of time. 2. Oh, it's right up there. I should know this also. I made the schedule. Okay, we got time. We got time. Okay, good. I'm not panicked anymore. All right. Okay.
I'm sorry.
My data got leaked to David Parker. I'm freaking out. It's insane. And the Centurion Project, even the names of all this stuff is just spooky and creepy. But okay, I want to ask about one thing that we talk about, because everyone tells me that I'm not very fun. I organize stuff, and I'm like, did you hear what Peter Thiel said about like the future of democracy? And they're like, oh God, Brett, stop. Like, you just ruined Thanksgiving, right? Like that kind of thing, right? Like on the left, it's like, if we're not, I mean, it's just, yeah, I can be really tedious sometimes. But like, in all seriousness, one thing that I hear all the time from like the friends over at Pride Corner, Friends of Medicare does this really well. A lot of other groups is like, we gotta start bowling leagues again, but probably not bowling leagues. You know, that's the kind of the way, or maybe bowling leagues, I don't know, but like, you get where I'm getting. It's like building community that isn't just like, did you hear about the manifesto from Peter Thiel and we're all gonna die, or maybe we're already dead, or like, you know, our data got leaked, let's all light our hair on fire. We gotta do that. And I wanna talk about building community. How do you build community in ways that are like fun and joyful and sustainable? Or do we need to do that, or are we already doing it, you know?
That's just a dirge from here on in.
It's just a dirge, yeah. It's just all darkness.
There's so many ways to build community, I think. I go back to the show that the live shows that the Breakdown did last summer, which, by the way, we're coming back to Edmonton in like a month and a half, 2 months. I'm just trying to get the venue nailed down, but the date is hopefully going to be July 25th, so save that now. I mean, you were at the Edmonton show.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was a lot of fun. And there was the thing that blew me away, that being the first live show that the Breakdown had done, was the community that showed up. And the people, like, it was just comfortable, which was really, really amazing. And I think that comes from putting it out there. I think that if people see that you're putting it out there from an authentic place, then they will go, oh, that's cool. I want to be a part of that. And it works in so many different communities in so many different ways, and by no means am I saying that the Breakdown should be a role model for anyone. But it's that being open to it I think is really like everybody's so afraid. And when you take a look at the separatists, when you take a look at that whole thing, it's all fear. It's all fear. And I think being willing to swallow that fear and do something that maybe feels a little bit scary is the best thing that any of us could do. But also, I think it's also entirely okay to be ridiculous, even if you get sued for it. No, seriously, the murder board, that's one of the things that we're getting sued for.
Can you explain the murder board?
Okay, so when we did the Skybox episode back in October, I'm a humble brag, we were the first ones on that story. And thank you. When we did the run-up to it, it was all, our whole episode was predicated on the Skybox photo. Of Danny and David Eby and everybody else who was there. And when we did the run-up to that episode, we started with like, here's a picture of Daniel Smith and Sam Raish. Somewhere there's someone stenographing this right now, I know it. And we had little connections, little red yarn connections. And then we built it, because it sounds so ridiculous. When you take a look at that whole story, it's like made for Hollywood, but not quite believable enough. And so we did a whole series of pictures where we had all of the little string, and then we just threw the yarn at the whole board because it's just such a mess. That's the murder board, as it's been called. We didn't call it a murder board. Nobody got murdered, to my knowledge. That's one of the things that we're getting sued for. But it's a great gag, and I love it. And I stand by it. One of the other things that we're getting sued for is the use of the word Tylenol with the T at the end. And so, like, even if I lose, I wrote a $6 million dad joke.
Right on.
That's a legacy if ever there was one. So it's finding the joy in those little acts of resistance or whatever you want to call it. It's those things, because it's so ridiculous. And if you can't acknowledge how ridiculous it is while you're in the middle of doing a ridiculous thing, you are not maximizing the fun that you could be having with it. And so, like, when we do the show, when we make all the Danny jokes, the Bruce Spanky, why not?
Right.
Why not have fun with it? It's horrible, and it's terrible that Bruce McAllister thought that somebody should spank their kid more. I worry for his children. But if you can't make a joke about that, what are you doing? You have to be able to, because the humor makes it accessible. And this is one thing that I've heard over and over again about the show, is that one of the reasons why people enjoy the show is because we deal with very serious subject matter, but we also have fun. Because otherwise it is just a Peter Thiel manifesto.
Yeah. Marnie?
Yeah, you know, and this right here, right now that's happening, to me, it has been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Me too.
Right, you're laughing, we're having a good time talking about really shitty things. But that's how we get through. It's important for our mental health. It's important for our resilience, and community is really important. And I love hearing the micro loans that Faye or the grants that they were, and that what community were asking for were $1,000 to hold the barbecue so they can connect with each other. I'm like, my heart just actually really warmed, because that's what they needed. We didn't know that's what they needed. It's not what they thought they needed. And that's so important. Community, finding your own community, creating means to connect with each other, and in the darkness of clouds, finding humor in it and fun in it. That's how we navigate the hard stuff. And we need to have that fun with each other. Like, lean into the joy of the ridiculousness of my ability to not speak. But lean into that. That's so, so important. And community is important. Creating your own community. My partner and I, and my little family and I, we have the darkest of jokes. There's no way I'd be able to hold a job with the type of humor that we talk about, because it's so important. Right? It's so important that we have to find our way through. Find community. This is community. But that humor, open your community. When you think about a Pride Festival, and I love the last year of Edmonton's Pride Festival, just this last time around, because it wasn't corporate-led, it was community-led, it was grassroots-led, and tens of thousands of people showed up to have a good time in the face. Because again, when I go back to what I said earlier, haters hate when we show up to have a good time and love our lives and are proud of it. Let's continue doing that. because that creates space for other people to see themselves. You know, I can have fun too. I can be part of this community. I can be part of that community. Because it wasn't just gay people there. It wasn't just trans people there. It was all of you folks there too who aren't gay and trans, right? Create community for people to gather and build those human connections. Woo.
One of the great things in my life, I have the great privilege of talking to a lot of queer and trans entrepreneurs. And I also teach entrepreneurship at NAIT on contracts sometimes. And one of the things that I do is I say, you're not allowed to write about any of the tech companies, and I have a growing list of groups that you're not allowed to, because the entrepreneurs that are often get listed has a certain kind of idea of what an entrepreneur is. It's usually focused on like extraction and growth and scale at all costs and these sort of things. And one of the things it makes me think of is a lot of the businesses that we talk to are like social enterprises, and they're thinking about things differently. They're thinking about, how do I give something back to my community? How do I pay living wages? How do I kind of show up as my authentic self and kind of have this dream job that I want to have? But it's not that same model. And so much of what I have to do every day is unlearn these models of like scale matters, size matters, the loudest voice matters, and all of this kind of capitalist propaganda. And the people that I know in my life that are making the biggest impact and are quietly some of the most ambitious people I know aren't necessarily starting not-for-profits. They're not necessarily doing these things. What they're doing is they're attending co-op board meetings. They're starting gardens in their community. They're showing up at school trustee meetings. They're parenting in a way where they're really actively pushing back against some of the propaganda around gender ideology in schools. They're showing up in ways that are very micro, but I think that feels feasible and that feels like longer term. I always like this idea of like the choir. That as you're singing, thanks, mic check. Thanks, Marnie. That as you're singing, everyone kind of has to take a breath eventually. But if they have a choir that like has a loud, like there's enough people in it, you never drop off. And so I think having some ideas of that, acting as if we are the oppressive class, and we're saying we want to scale and we want to do and we want to dominate and these sort of things, isn't going to get us to a healthy place. But thinking in terms of grassroots, including like how we can show up in our community, how we can have a web of care for each other, that is really radical right now. And that offers this really positive, beautiful example of an alternative. And that's attractive to not just queer and trans people, that's attractive to people across political stripe, because they would rather live in a community of care, because that's the opposite of what a lot of people are living in right now.
Nice. Yeah, thank you. This is probably going to be our last question. We can take this in a lot of different directions because we covered a lot of ground here. But since we've been talking about sort of our common ground and what we have in common through this moment that we find ourselves in Alberta, I guess, you know, for me, selfishly, and hopefully for some folks in the room, I'm very curious and eager to hear about what you would offer for advice. I see you all as leaders in your own right, as advocates, and also just in so many different ways. What advice would you offer to us all in terms of keeping up the good fight?
Yeah, you go first on this one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, use your privilege, Nate.
You know, I think a lot of these things have been said. I was thinking back again to that session. Clearly had an impact on me, but she showed the poem that we all know it, right? First they came for the communists, and then I wasn't a communist, so I didn't stand up and blah, 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 until there was nobody left to stand up for me. And then shows, we've all others seen the reiteration of that meme saying, first they came for the trans kids, but I read the rest of the fucking poem. It shouldn't be about the rest of the fucking program. It should be enough that those trans kids are being hurt.
Yeah, hear, hear.
That should be enough. Then the rest of the poem won't matter. So anyway, so I say that. And we have to look in our own mirrors, whatever communities we're talking about and advocating for. We have to look in our own mirrors at ourselves in that space. What are we doing? But if I'm saying stand up for each other, support each other, speak out, bring people in instead of calling out, right? Just open up the conversation when somebody says some derogatory term about an immigrant or something. I say, that's interesting. It's not what I know, right? This is what I've heard. Tell me more, because this is the experience that I've had. That's bringing people into conversations, right? And so I think, and if, honestly, at the end of the day, just care more. The thing that I think we all have in common here today is that we care about each other. We care about our communities. I care about Alberta. I love Alberta. I was born here. There's no way that I'm going to give the power of any separatist to make me want to leave here. I'm staying. My partner and I are building a life here, and I love Canada too. Both things are true. So let's lean into the things that we love about and care about, and really honor that through our behaviors.
I mean, for me, it's pretty simple. I think that all too often we try to be all things to everyone. And I think that that's a tremendous mistake. I think that there's nothing wrong with not knowing things. This is why a huge part of the breakdown is having guests on, and those guests are almost always people who are far smarter than me, because they know about those things. And it's perfectly okay to say, these are my values, this is what I believe, and this is going to be my one thing, whatever that one thing is, whether it's healthcare or education or gender diversity, it doesn't matter. Whatever your one thing is, make that your one thing. But when people who share your values need you to show up, even if it's just to show up and be like, there's nothing I can do here, but I got you. I'm going to stand beside you, and if they're going to throw rocks at you, then I'm standing right there with you when they do. That is critically, critically, critically important, because you can conserve your bandwidth, and you can still make sure that you're using whatever privilege you have to show people that their things are important too. And this goes back to what the conservatives and the separatists are so good at, and progressives suck at so much. Did you hear about the chemtrails? I didn't hear about the chemtrails, but did you hear about the chips that they're putting in the vaccines? I didn't hear about that, but we should do something. I think that guy might be a little bit crazy about the chemtrails, but he's on my page with the microchips, so let's go with it. They will team up. They will ignore each other's bullshit, and they will show up in numbers. And that's why the UCP is now a separatist party, because they're willing to overlook all of each other's own crazy in order to get the things that they want. Progressives should absolutely be willing to overlook each other's crazy in order to move the needle forward. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but it's a critically, critically, critically important one. And then the other thing that I would say is it's okay to be angry. I am so tired of people saying, oh, don't get angry. Fuck that noise. I'm angry. And if you can take that anger, I'm going to riff a little bit on Henry Rollins here because I do this all the time, but if you can take that little ember of rage and nurture it, don't let it burn you out. I'll make it petrochemical because we're in Alberta. Anger is like a fuel. If you go and light a match outside of a gas refinery, you're going to get a really great light show for about 5 minutes. Maybe a little longer than that. If you use it as a fuel, you can travel all over the world. And so if you use your anger as a fuel and you nurture it, it can keep you going through very, very, very dark times, and it can help you help the people that you care about the most. So there's nothing wrong with being responsibly angry.
All right, thanks, Dave.
In fact, I would add, I don't think there's enough people who are angry enough.
Believe it or not, I'm also filled with white hot rage. This is just my natural disposition. I live a pretty good life. I actually, in some ways, I'm not going the opposite direction because I think a healthy amount of, I like to titrate anger. I like to really kind of like know when I'm there to feel that emotion and to feel the grief underneath it. To be like, I've done the visibility thing, I've done the documentary, why won't you give me health care? Like, it's like a grief process is just underneath that anger, which is why aren't I seen as fully human? And I think it's whether it's healthcare privatization, whether it's education, whatever it is there is like this grief of like, why are we messing this up? Like, this is like, we have a direction. And I think a lot about, does anyone else watch like the Artemis stuff? The Artemis 2, like when they went and they looked back at the planet. My kids are like so into space right now. They're 7 and 9 years old, and we ask these why questions every night before bed, where we get 2 why questions on YouTube. It's like, what's the biggest tree, and why do insects look the way they do? Anyway, we got really into space for about 2 weeks. And when you start looking into it, like, this is pretty damn lucky that we all just happen to be here on this planet, in this place. Like, we've won some sort of lottery in this. And I find it infuriating that we keep fucking it up. But whatever the direction that we go is, and does anyone read Becky Chambers? That's like more of a deep cut. Yeah, Becky Chambers is awesome. Like really like pro-social sci-fi, like a vision of the future that is not perfect, but it is beautiful. And I have to believe that whatever future we're going to has to be built on love and care. And as much as I can't let my anger towards a set of politicians who are going to be temporary blind me with rage, and so I can't see the love for the people around me. And I really have to believe that over time that arc will pull people towards this. That story is actually like the human story which creates our survival over the long term. And so yes, be angry, show up at town halls, be pissed, write your MLAs, do all of those things. But foundationally, I really want to be operating from a place of love in my community and in my family and in this room.
Thank you all. Let's do it again sometime soon. It was a lot of fun, and I appreciate you all so much. Thank you very much. Let's give it up for our panelists again one more time. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. It was great. Thanks so much. Thanks, Ellie. That was awesome.
That was great.
All right. Hello, everybody. We are going to dive right into our next guest speaker, who probably has done the best mobilization that we have seen in this province for a long, 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 long time. He is the former deputy premier of Alberta. And many, many other things. A little fun fact, when I worked in the legislature as a researcher, Thomas Lukazik was the deputy premier, and I noticed my boss at the time, Brian Mason, and Thomas Lukazik would go back and forth, and they really genuinely liked each other, and I think they're still friends to this day. And Thomas, you gave Brian Mason, my boss, my former boss, I think you gave him a gift. I can't remember what it was. And it was just really funny to see that camaraderie across the aisle. And I didn't think there would ever come to this point where, you know, we have such a big challenge ahead of us, which is keeping Alberta in a strong Canada, and you've taken that charge, and it is incredible to see. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Thomas Lukazik to the stage to say some words. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you,
brother. Is this thing working? Can you hear me? Awesome. Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I'm here on a little bit of a short notice, but I hope I don't disappoint you. And at the end, I will open myself up to questions. So if you have any questions that you would like me to address, I will be more than happy to do. And that story about Brian Mason is true, and I guess I shouldn't be mentioning his name without him being present, but I can only say positive things. We were sitting across the aisle from each other. He was the leader of the NDP party. I was the deputy premier in the Progressive Conservative Party. And there was a time in politics, believe it or not, where we all got elected to office because we wanted to make this place a better place. We saw, thank you, we envisioned a different pathway to get to that better place, but we actually genuinely liked each other. At least most of us did. And it was very common after scrapping in the House and after a rambunctious question period, we would go for a pint of beer or a glass of wine after work. We knew each other's families. And actually, a lot of good decisions were made over that pint of beer or a glass of wine where we could be just colleagues. So I hope one day we will come back to this kind of politics back again in Alberta. But the question is, what do we have to lose in this situation when we are really threatened by the possibility of Alberta breaking away from the rest of Canada? Or what do we have to lose just by discussing this possibility of Alberta breaking out from Canada? So maybe I'll take you back a little bit of why I feel so passionately about this, and hopefully that will evoke equal or even bigger passion among all of you, even though I imagine you are just as passionate as I am. Well, when in the province of Alberta, and frankly in Western Canada, and in Quebec, and in Nova Scotia, there has always been an undercurrent of separatism. And it would rise from time to time and wane. It depended on who was in government and what the economy of a province was and what the issues were. But there always has been an undercurrent of separatism in many provinces in Canada. However, we have reached a point where a lot of independent, unrelated circumstances fed that movement to bring Alberta to the point in which we are right now. And let me just mention a few of them. You know, one of the coalescing events in recent history was COVID-19. Because during COVID-19, most of us were isolated, most of us took to social media, and many of us got to know people through social media that we normally would not get to know in a real life interactions. So a lot of groups of people, I refer to them as the Team Unhappy, got to know each other. And they got to know each other and they organized throughout that time during COVID. And in fairness to them, because I will touch that topic a little bit later, some of the grievances that some of them have are actually quite legitimate. And we cannot discount all of them. We actually have to look at some of the grievances that they are bringing forward and address them into the future, and it's actually great that we are in ATA's building because a lot of it has to do with education. And I can tell you, as a parent, as a former teacher, as a former minister of education, I think we missed some red flags in the past that now are coming to bear fruit in a negative way. So during COVID, they got to know each other, and they coalesced, and they were formalizing convoys and blocking borders. And if you look at the last names, the names of the key figures who are organizing separatists right now, those are the very same people who are organizing the anti-vaxxers during COVID-19. You know, I'm thinking Dr. Modry, I'm thinking Jeff Rath, I'm thinking about Eva Chipiuk, and a few others. Those were the key players, key organizers during COVID. Now, the reason I think many of them organized and converged on separation is because COVID did not touch all of us equally. And there were segments of our population who suffered more than others during COVID because of their professions. Some of them could not work remotely. Now, I work remotely, politicians work remotely, teachers work remotely. So even though our life was horribly disrupted, we could still carry on in some sense with our professional engagement. We could still earn a living. Our salaries perhaps weren't affected. But there are professions, particularly in the oil and gas industry, where they could not carry on with work. So they were more so affected financially. So COVID was one of the underlying reasons why we are seeing this insurgence of separatism. They simply switched from being anti-vaxxers to being separatists. Another reason is that for a first time in Alberta's history, we have a government, and particularly a premier, that will not take a definitive position on separatism. In the past, when we had the West Wants In movements and when we had political parties like Alberta First and others forming in Alberta, and when we had and will always have some form of grievances with Ottawa or other provinces, every single premier up to now and every single government up to now would have perhaps affirmed that indeed there is a problem and would blame Ottawa for a certain problem, but separatism was never on the table. It was a hard no. For a first time in Alberta's history, we now have a government where separatists at least perceive that the government is on their side. And that is very empowering, and that puts wind in their sails. And the third big development is that for the first time in the history of our entire country, we have a neighbor down south, we have a president in the United States who openly supports separatism in Alberta. So you have this convergence of these three major forces that are empowering separatists into the movement that we are seeing today, which is unprecedented in the numbers and in percentage of support. So when I saw that, and you know how it is because all of you in this room are activists in one way or another, you believe in certain causes and you support them. When I see this happen, like everybody else, you look around and you ask yourself, is anybody going to do something about this? And when you don't see any hands going up, that means you're the one, right? You have to be the one, no matter what your cause is that you want to advocate for. So I decided, I have to admit, impulsively, to walk or drive actually to Elections Alberta, put my own $500 on the table and file an application for a petition. Thank you. That is not the response I got from my wife when I came home. To the contrary, she and many other people said, "Are you crazy? Do you realize that you have to garner 300,000 signatures in 90 days? And when you actually do the math, it seems impossible. Because even though Alberta has over nearly 5 million people living in this province, they're not all eligible voters. You take from that list everybody under the age of 18, you take everybody off that list who isn't a Canadian citizen, you take off that list everybody who hasn't lived here more than 6 months, And that number shrinks immediately to 2.9 million people. Let's round it to 3 million people. So that means I need 10% of those people to sign the petition. And not having access to the list of electors, how do you find them? Well, we did. And in this room, how many of you were collecting signatures for Forever Canadian? Look at that. It was people like you that got not only 300,000, but you got 459,000 signatures in that 90 days. And what drove us to it? You know, the reasons were really diverse, and I collected signatures as well, and I often ask people, why are you signing this petition? And I'll never forget this one family. It was the first day of collecting petitions. We unveiled our campaign in Strathcona, in the gazebo right next to the farmer's market over there. And this man and woman with a baby in a car seat showed up, and they said, we just drove in from Fort McMurray to sign your petition. And I said, you mean you drove to Edmonton, and being in Edmonton you came to sign the petition? They said, no, we came here to sign the petition and we're driving back. So then I had to ask why. Well, they had a very personal story because one of them was widowed with a Canadian soldier who died fighting for Canada. So driving, 8-9 hours was a small price to pay to sign this petition. And then I learned through this entire process that every single one of us has different reasons, and I'll share mine with you. I moved, as you can tell by my accent, I moved to Canada when I was almost 13 years old. And I moved from then communist Poland, and Canada gave my family a second chance at life. And Canada, and particularly Canadians, you have been phenomenal to my family, to me, ever since. And being a proud Canadian, I simply cannot imagine not being Canadian. And to me, being Canadian is not where I live, but it's who I am. And to me, that's something worth fighting for, because people can forcibly relocate me from one place to another, but they can never take away from me who I am. And that is something worth fighting for. So we built this movement. The movement actually built itself, and here we are with over 6,500 canvassers, additional registered 10,000 volunteers, and the numbers are growing continuously. And ever since we signed this 456,000 signatures, we have over 150,000 additional people that signed up on our website to support Forever Canadian. Now the question is, why are we so passionate? So we're passionate for personal reasons, but there are also practical reasons. So what do we have to lose? We don't have to look far and wide, or at least far back in history, to see what separatist movements have done to other jurisdictions. And I'm not talking only after they have separated, but just having this conversation about separatism in itself is almost as damaging as separating in itself. If we look at the province of Quebec, they had 2 referenda already. One came really, really close. But the damage that happened to Quebec, and why Quebec today is a have-not province, as we often refer to, is not because they separated, because they haven't. It is because they continuously flirt with the idea of separatism. And that is why, during the conversations about separatism, ironically, the Bank of Montreal moved its headquarters to Toronto. That is why RBC, the Royal Bank, moved its headquarters to Toronto. That is why Sun Life Insurance is now in Toronto. And the list goes on and on. Most large financial companies moved out of Montreal to Toronto. Approximately 150,000 Quebecers, mostly Anglophones, not knowing what the future would look like after separatism, sold their houses and moved elsewhere in Canada. You can imagine what that does to your real estate market when approximately 150,000 families or individuals list their houses for sale roughly at the same time. So if you recall, Montreal used to be the business and cultural capital of Canada. If you traveled abroad, everybody knew about Montreal because that's where the ships used to pull in, that's where the business was, and that's where the cultural capital was. Underscore was. Now it is Toronto. Toronto is Canada's business capital. Calgary aspires to be one, and hopefully one day will be, but Toronto is that place now. And that happened simply because of that flirtation with separatism. You want to look at another jurisdiction? Let's look at the Basque region in Spain. If you travel through Spain, particularly when you do it by car, you know when you're in the Basque region, when you see the deterioration in infrastructure. You know, their highways almost look as bad as ours. And why is that? Because even the Spanish government is reticent to invest in a jurisdiction that may not be part of Spain sometime soon. So it's a natural consequence of not investing both for governments and for the private sector into areas that you don't know what the future holds for them. And needless to say, because that actually came to fruition, Brexit in United Kingdom is another reason and another example of what happens to the economy. All economists across the world agree that the United Kingdom's economy shrunk by somewhere between 5 and 7%. That is not just in that 1 year. That is a continuous retraction of an economic growth that they are suffering from right now. And much like in Montreal, most large financial institutions moved from London to continental Europe because it's so much easier to do business with the rest of the world when you're under the same regulatory system under European Union, and then being in the United Kingdom. And as you can see, United Kingdom now is working hard to rejoin the European Union and return back to the regulatory system. So what do we have to lose from an economic perspective? A lot. And we are starting to see this in Alberta already. As you know, Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, Calgary Chamber of Commerce, and the Alberta Chamber of Commerce, but also notable business people like the owner of ATCO, like Miss Arlene Dickinson. They are already publicly indicating that they are seeing hesitance in investment into their companies from abroad because investors are reticent to invest in a jurisdiction where they don't know with certainty what the future holds. Because, you know, business likes a good return on investment, but it likes predictability even more. They want a secure investment environment, and unfortunately, at this point in time, as we're flirting with separatism, Alberta does not offer that environment. So, from an economic perspective, we have to lose a lot. And I don't need to explain to you how economically not viable the prospect of Alberta being a separate country is. And it's not only because it's landlocked, but the fact is that replicating all the systemic structures that the federal government has in order for our country to be functional nationally, domestically, and internationally is not only a process that would cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and you have to replicate those systems, like embassies all over the world, all the international treaties, military, and the list goes on and on. So that is extremely expensive. And the fact is that a small province like Alberta, very endowed in natural resources, would very quickly become prey to the United States, most likely. So from an economic perspective, there are no rational economists in Canada that could put together a case that would evidence that Alberta would be more prosperous from a financial situation than it is right now as part of Canada. But what do you have to lose? So often when I engage with Albertans who have separatist tendencies, I like to speak to their personal situation. So let's say you're a teacher. Well, right now, teachers can work anywhere across Canada. In some provinces, you have to take a couple extra courses at university to meet the certification requirements, but you can. If Alberta was a separate country, that may not be the case. If you are a red steel plumber, carpenter, chef, or you're in the trades, the moment you work outside of Alberta, if you're welding that pipeline through British Columbia, you become a temporary foreign worker. And you may or may not get a permit. If you are traveling and you have family members outside, you are crossing an international border. Now, there are many assumptions that we would somehow keep a Canadian passport and Canadian currency, and that Canada would treat this new country called Alberta with kid gloves. Well, I would suggest to you that the opposite will be the case and must be the case. European Union went out of its way to make life difficult on United Kingdom following Brexit. Why did they do it? Not because they're mean to England, not because they want to punish them, but they have to set an example in case another country wants to break away from European Union. They have to show that if you make that decision, there is a price to be paid, that you don't get all the benefits. You know, I often compare it to a divorce. Once you're divorced, you don't get to show up in the evening and say, "What's for dinner, honey?" It just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen that way. So the process of separation would be prolonged, it would be difficult, and it would be very costly, both financially and emotionally on all of us. So there is a lot to lose. Now, one aspect that now is being brought up because of court cases, but there is also a very important underlying reason why we shouldn't be considering separation, are our First Nations. The fact is, and this is not a disputable fact, that treaties in Alberta have been signed with the British Crown. And treaties that occupy Alberta are not confined to the borders of Alberta. If First Nations are not interested in negotiating different arrangements with this new entity, whatever this new entity would be, that in itself becomes a big obstacle to the process of separation that would drag us down legal arguments and make our country dysfunctional for many, many years to come. So there is another loss that we would incur. But perhaps the most important driver that drove me was the social division that we have created in our province. You know, I have never seen, you know, we may have political differences, but like I said with Brian Mason, we are all Albertans and we go for a beer later, or we go to the same barbecue, or we have kids playing on the same playground. We're friends. Well, I have never seen Alberta as divided as it is today, where literally neighbors don't talk to neighbors, where family members have a difficult time hosting Christmas or Easter or other Ramadan or other dinners because there is this uncle that everybody has who's a separatist and makes life really uncomfortable for everybody. You have one? I have one. I have one. So the social division is one that would and will take a long time to heal in this province. So those were the drivers that drove me. And the last one, and some say, well, Thomas, maybe you're going a little bit over the top, but I don't think so. When you read history of the FLQ crisis in Quebec, you will find that even the most ardent separatists never wanted to see anybody get hurt. They wanted to separate, but they wanted to do it peacefully. And quickly that devolved into a radicalized, dangerous, and as we now know, lethal movement that no one could control anymore. And it doesn't take a lot. It just takes one person to take it over the top and do the wrong thing. And those radicalized movements are very difficult to control. And then everybody will say, well, it wasn't us. Well, it is them. And there is a collective responsibility, but we all have a collective responsibility to prevent that from happening in Canada again. So that is what kept me awake at night for one night, and that is what drove me to Elections Alberta and had me file for this petition, because when I ask myself, what do we have to lose? To me, the answer is everything, because I would lose who I am, and I am not going to allow that to happen. And I know that none of you in this room will allow this to happen. So what do we have to do moving forward? Well, it seems like we will have a referendum. We don't know what the question will be yet. It could be the separatist question. It could be my question. It could be a third question that the Premier, out of her own volition, puts on the referendum. But in most likelihood, there will be a question. Because politically speaking, I don't believe that the Premier is in position not to have a question on separatism, knowing what the percentage of pro-separatists is within her caucus and within her party. She is somewhat obliged to have a separatist question. So what we have to do is make sure that we not only win that referendum, but we have to win that referendum decisively. We cannot afford a situation that we saw in Quebec, where they won by 0.7% to keep Quebec in Canada. The situation in Alberta is different, fundamentally different from the one in Quebec. And as much as I am against Quebec separatism, and I actually was writing letters, I recall I was much younger then, and I was getting involved sending messages, pro-Canadian messages to Quebecers. One can logically understand and reason away why some Quebecers felt so strong about separation. You know, there are cultural differences. There are linguistic differences. They felt that their culture and language is threatened in a sea of Anglophones, both in Canada and the United States. So you can see some reasoning for it. Unfortunately, in Alberta, separatism is purely driven by greed. It is only about finances. Drop my taxes by 2% and I will burn the Canadian flag and hang Alberta flag up. To me, that's not patriotism. To me, that's not being proud anything, because they will burn the Alberta flag if somebody else gives them even a better offer. 2 minutes? Perfect. So we do have a lot to lose. So I will ask you to do one thing, not for me, but for Canada right now, because we need a voter turnout. The way to win this, we know that 75% plus Albertans don't want to have anything to do with separatism, but that's not good enough. Unless they come out and vote, we may lose this referendum. It's all about voter turnout, and we know that angry people come out and vote. Well, we're not angry yet, they are. So they will have a good percentage of voter turnout. We need to make sure that we get very high voter turnout. And that is why we are now asking, because we don't have access to a voters list, we are now asking all like-minded Albertans to voluntarily sign themselves up onto our website. So when that referendum gets close, we will be able as a campaign to contact you and tell you where you're voting, what the question is, remind you, because we all get busy, we all have lives. We want to be able to campaign and get in touch with you. So we're asking for very limited information. We're not even asking for your address, we're just asking for your postal code. So do me a favor, pull out your phones right now. Type in forever-canadian.ca in your search engine, forever-canadian.ca. And there is a very short sign-up sheet. It appears. Please not only do it yourself, but get all of your friends and family members and neighbors to do that. And all you will receive from us is from time to time an email, and as we get closer to referendum, you will get a text message reminding you of the fact that we need to come out and vote, bring a friend, and identifying where your polling station is for voting. That is what the Forever Canadian campaign is now all about, and that's what we will be doing until referendum day, signing up voluntarily Albertans to help us help them vote on election day. Thank you. Question? Thank you, thank you. Thank you. And I think we may have some questions. Do we?
We do questions. It's break time, but
It's break time? Okay,
hang on.
perfect.
Do you want to do a couple questions for Thomas? Show of hands? Yeah? Okay, cool. There's a question right there, white mask, about halfway back. Do you want to just call them up after this?
Sure, yeah, I will.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Really appreciated that. I don't want to argue for separation, obviously, and I do think, obviously, we need to win the referendum vote, but I do think it's still important to have a dialogue about local sovereignty. Like, let's say we miraculously had a progressive, socialist, decolonial provincial government in Alberta that put people first, but what if we had a federal government that was attacking immigrants, funding wars, supporting genocides, ignoring Indigenous rights, and pushing resource extraction like we currently do? How do we handle the tension there without having a discussion about local sovereignty? Like, we still need a federal government, a Canada, that's receptive to local needs and respects like regional autonomy.
Well, thank you. And you bring up some valid points, but we do it democratically within Canada. So you stand for all those values, and many of us in this room share your values. Now imagine what the prospects of delivering on those values would be if Alberta was governed by Jeff Rath. So do you think that we have a better chance democratically by electing the people that you choose, delivering on your values, than we would in a sovereign Alberta that is governed by the likes of Jeff Rath? I think our odds are better in a united Canada. Now, I mentioned earlier, there are changes that need to happen, and they may include a different way of electing our governments. They may include renegotiating our equalization formula. They may include looking at our curriculum, not only in Alberta, but across Canada. You know, it drives me nuts every time I hear Albertan telling me about us joining Canada. That's not what happened in 1905. We became out of Canada. So there is work to be done for all of us, no matter what professions we are. But sovereignty would do to the contrary, would make sure not to deliver on your values. Any hands? Oh, there's someone in the back, a lady.
Yep. Mr. Lekazik, I am concerned that your question is not even going to make it onto the referendum, because it appears as though the provincial government is dragging their feet in the work that they need to do behind the scenes to take the question to the next stage. So I'm curious what your take is on that, if what I said is actually accurate, and what you think what page in the playbook is the government pulling to cause this delay?
Yeah, you know, I don't know what playbook they're using. We started playing soccer, now we're playing hockey, and the rules are changing all the time. But our referendum was clear, our question was clear. We didn't necessarily ask for a referendum. I honestly believe that we can avoid a referendum and have a vote in the legislature, have all MLAs rise and vote on whether they want Alberta to stay in Canada or not, because I am confident that with today's structure of the legislature, composition of the legislature, we would win. Most MLAs are not separatists. But the Premier doesn't want to have that question asked in the legislature, and I think we all understand why. So she wants a referendum. Our question right now is before an all-party legislative committee, and for those who are Catholic among you, I call it the purgatory. It's sort of sitting there in a no man's land, and the Premier simply is buying time to see what happens with the separatist question, because right now there are injunctions in court. I am convinced that the government would prefer to have the separatist question on the ballot as opposed to my question. But at the end of the day, it will be a yes or no question. So I would prefer our question. I would rather be a yes campaign than a no campaign. But at this point in time, we may not have a choice. There was a hand right in front of that lady. Yes, right there.
I think we've run out of time.
I'm sorry?
I think that we've run out of time.
That's right. Okay, I'll take that question one-on-one from you then. Thank you so very much. Thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
Oh, you can speak into the table one. Or this one, this one.
All right, folks, find your next adventure. The workshops are open. Please grab a snack and some coffee and head out to your breakout rooms.
That would be great. We're on Alberta time, which means that we're running a few minutes behind. So if you can find your seats, that'd be amazing. I know there's a ton of good workshop stuff, and we're all buzzing. We'll give it a second here. But yeah, we're very, very excited to wrap up day one with a very important keynote. I'm going to give it a second. All right, folks, wrap up the convo. Sit down. Just kidding. Kind of. Kidding, not kidding, not kidding. Yeah, where's my whistler? Good. There you go. Thank you, buddy. All right. When we were planning this conference, we sat down and our first conversation was about who do we want to be here in the room to talk about what we're facing in Canada. And the first name that came to mind was Charlie Angus. Charlie has been doing incredible work across the country, building the resistance against the fascists in the White House, you know, and also we have our homegrown ones as well. He's a former MP from Timmins James Bay, served for 2 decades in the House of Commons, okay? He's also an old punk rocker, singer-songwriter, artist, storyteller, and he just released, I heard today, 10th album?
10th album.
10th album just came out. So he's really busy with music and crisscrossing the country to talk about what's at stake with our democracy. And we're really, really lucky to have him here. So can you give a big round of applause to Charlie here, guys? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wow. I can't tell you how much I needed to be here. I needed to see Alberta strong and independent as Canadians, independent from the fascists. I needed to see the grassroots in action so I could go back and tell people in the other parts of the country that Alberta will never be broken. That's why I'm here. I normally start off by offering you a choice of the bad news or the super bad news first. But I'm actually going to start, I think, by talking about where I'm seeing hope. And then I'm going to tell you about the bad news. And then I'm going to tell you about the super bad news, because it's all coming down right here in Alberta. And I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. What inspires me and gives me hope is that I travel from one end of the country to the other on the resistance tour. And everywhere I go, I meet Canadians who understand the mission. I don't believe that a lot of our politicians understand the mission. I don't believe that our national media is interested in the mission. But I meet ordinary Canadians who understand the mission, which is that we are not going to give in to the fascist threat that's on our border and the monsters who are trying to rebuild this world to represent these gangster oligarchies. Canadians are not going to roll over, not now, not ever. That's the message I'm bringing to you. You are not alone. And as I was coming here today, I realized that this is Liberation Day. Not Donald Trump's April Fool's Liberation Day where he picked a fight with every country on the planet, including the penguins, and created maximum chaos. Well, maximum chaos is the playbook in this age of monsters. I guess I'm telling you something you don't know. When the biggest political dumpster fire in the country is at the legislature building just down the road, maximum chaos is what they bring. But when you see how the maximum chaos is part of a playbook, you can understand the playbook. And then you're not confused by what they're doing day after day after day after day. And the playbook here is the Donbass playbook. It's Danielle Smith, Donbass Danielle, and we're going to talk about that playbook and how to defeat it. But as I was coming here and I thought, it's Liberation Day in Europe, when the Canadians freed the people of Denmark and Netherlands and Germany and Belgium from the fascists. And I embrace that because I was there for the commemorations, and I learned something I didn't know at all. You know, all my uncles were there. I don't know anything about it. They all came back and died young. They were in Holland. They broke the Hitler line. They were at Monte Cassino. We were a nation of 11 million people, and we went to defeat fascists. And we didn't stop until the job was done. And you know, Americans, they were the greatest generation. They were the Band of Brothers. They made all the war movies. None of our families ever talked about it. They just came home. They did what had to be done to free other people. And the reason I want to share this sense of the Liberation Day and what it really means is that if you are there in Holland or Belgium or in Normandy where I've been, they remember Canada in a very profound way, but they also remember the parts of Canada because we did this as a nation together. To be at the Falaise Gap and seeing an old partisan wearing a baseball cap of the South Alberta tanks. That to him is Canada. That's the Canada he knows. To meet a Dutch family who on Liberation Day wear the gear of the Fort Garry horse. And I was naive. I said, why are you wearing the Fort Garry horse? They said, they were the ones who freed us. So I think of that, you know, that it was Canada as a nation, but it was Canada as individual parts of the country that the rest of the world saw. So do you think I'm going to stand back and let Danielle Smith rip our country up and rip that tradition up and say to the rest of the world, look, we can't even get along amongst ourselves. How the hell are we going to help you with fascism today? That ain't going to happen. No way, not now, not ever. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here. That's why we will never be defeated. That's the message. Because I was at NATO just after Donald Trump started threatening our nation. I went there hoping that our big brothers in Europe would say, don't worry, Canada, we got your back. And man, I felt pretty alone. I didn't feel like people were going to stand with us. And Donald Trump's threats against us were as serious as you could get. He said that he wouldn't need to use the military, that he would break us economically, and then he would move the border. And when I went to NATO that February, I was feeling pretty alone, and I guess had a chip on my shoulder too. And I started to speak up, and I started to challenge on how they were bending over backwards for MAGA and the authoritarians. And then the Finlanders came up, and the Estonians came up, and the Latvians came up, and they said, we believe that our future's together. And when Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, I say there's the triumvirate of the gangsters. There's Benjamin Netanyahu, there's Vladimir Putin, there's Donald Trump. And when the monsters stepped up to threaten the world, two countries resisted, just two, Ukraine and Canada. And that's why they hate us. They hate us because they cannot stand to have a democratic nation on their border. A nation that believes that diversity and equity and inclusion is not a weakness. It's what makes us strong and unbeatable. They hate that. They say it again and again and again. You know, we were kind of confused at first. I mean, who doesn't like Canadians, right? I mean, then the more I thought of it, it's like, man, the guy's a psychopath. Like, if you don't like Canadians, who do you like? But Donald Trump attacked us again and again and again. Two countries were attacked relentlessly, us and Ukraine. The Donald Trump said he'd much rather deal with Vladimir Putin than President Zelensky. Of course he would rather deal with Vladimir Putin. Well, because they have all the documents and all the photos of what Donald Trump did in that hotel when he was over there in the Miss Universe competition. But we'll talk about that off mic, but I would back those words any day of the week.
But Donald Trump is trying to bring in this vision of a world where the gangsters rule. They've said that. That is their national security vision for last November was released. And in that national security vision, there is no country of Canada anymore. In the middle of the Iranian war, Pete Hegseth, now there's a proper human being, if there ever was one, took time out from bragging about killing 168 school children on the first day of the war because they weren't going to be bound by the woke conventions of war, bragging about war crimes. And he took time out to show this map that they'd created. A map from the Gulf of Mexico, and will always be the Gulf of Mexico, to Greenland, and they called it Greater North America. We weren't even a stop on the highway in their Greater North America. And why they hate us is because we haven't bent and kissed the ring. Because in their worldview, they should be able to push us around and pick on us and take our resources. They don't believe in the trade that we have. I mean, they have all our resources anyways, for crying out loud. Anything they want, they can get. Could get. But the issue is it's based on trade. It's based on reciprocity, and they don't want that. They want to be able to take. And Canadians are nice until we're not. And so we pushed back. This is why what's happening in Alberta is so concerning. They can't beat us from the outside. They can't make us break. But they can try and break us from the inside. And that's why I'm here today, folks. I know you've got everything on your plate. I know you're working full out to defend public health care in Alberta. I know you are dealing with toxic gaslighting every single day. But Ukraine and Canada are the front lines right now. And Alberta, I'm sorry, but you are the forward trench. And you have to hold the line. And I'm here because I know you will hold the line. That's why I'm here. I want to talk about what Canada has done in terms of just ordinary people standing up for the vision of a democratic nation. In the last few months, we've seen an extraordinary turnaround on the international stage in a way that I've never dreamed possible, where Canada is being seen very much as one of the leaders of a new realignment of democracies. But I'd leave Mark Carney to talk about that. He can do that better than me. What you're not hearing about in the national media is how you pushed it back. Because when they started to threaten us, something unprecedented happened. Everyone in this room, back in January of 2025, sat down and thought, are they serious? Yeah, they're serious. And that trip that we were going to go down to Florida with the kids, to hell with that. I'm not giving them a dime. And people started calling me. People who had planned a trip with their high school buddies to Reunion in Arizona, and they had rented out condos, and they put the deposit down, and they all called each other and said, fuck that. We'll give up our deposit. We're not giving them a dime. And I remember talking to women stopping me on the street, and they were like, elbows up. And I said, oh, ladies, you know, don't buy anything at the grocery store. And they said, what are you talking about? We haven't been buying stuff there for weeks. The boycott started immediately. And by March of 2025, it was starting to have a huge impact. So much so that the governor of Kentucky was saying to Donald, hey, man, cool it with the Canadians. You know, our market depends on that. And you know what happened? This past January, the Jim Beam Distillery in Kentucky shut down. Shut down. That's people power. I think this story of the Jim Beam Distillery is important because if you think of iconic American brands, Harley Davidson motorcycles and bourbon. I don't know, it's not even all that good. They had to shut down. Because here's the thing, you know, like when you insult your customers and they stop buying, like Donald, Mr. Art of the Deal, didn't anybody teach you? No, of course, Donald, because all your money came from offshore Russian plants that fed you your money. You didn't have to worry about pleasing customers. But the Kentucky bourbon industry got wiped out. It's so wiped out that one of the distilleries that went bankrupt tried to sell their barrels of whiskey off to help pay the debt to get out of insolvency, and the judge said there's no market, it's worthless. That's because Canada said no. And what did Danielle Smith do? She said, oh, let's put all the bourbon back on the shelves and be nice. Well, the rest of Canada was holding the line. Danielle Smith was like, let's break the line. But then, you know, how many people in Alberta went and broke the line? They didn't. They held the line. So what you're seeing is the pressure of economics. And you're not hearing this in the news. But take Las Vegas, Nevada. Nevada voted for Trump. And 46,000 jobs in Las Vegas are directly dependent on Canadian tourist dollars. And that money's gone. That's more jobs than in their entire manufacturing sector. They took that hit because we were not going to be pushed around. That's people power. And then so you had the mayor of Las Vegas saying, come back, Canadians. You know, we love you. We'll give you money at par. We'll give you half price off at Chuck E. Cheese's if you come down. You know, we'll give you 2-for-1 beer in Montana. That was one of the pitches. It's like, you think we would sell our sovereignty that cheap? How about this? How about you keep your American money at par and your Chuck E. Cheese deals, and you restore democracy? How about you stop arresting people and putting them in cages and deporting them without trial? You do that, we might come back. That's what this is about. Because what I've seen from every part of this country is that people understand that the mission is about democracy. It's about not allowing ICE to shoot people on the streets of Minneapolis. As long as they can do that, then we are not friends. And that's why they hate us. So I've been thinking a lot about the power of the boycott, because it's a lesson that we need to teach each other. Because again, I never see it in Canadian media. The reason I know so much about the impact of the boycott is because the American media are obsessing about it, because we are causing maximum mayhem. And I want to tell you one more story about the Kentucky Brewery, the distillery. Through my work with Midas Touch and Midas Canada, I talk to people around the world every day. I've talked to people whose family work at that distillery. And a woman wrote to me and she said, my son just lost his job because of the Canadian boycott. And you Canadians have to keep holding the line, because we are not going to get our democracy back unless the economic pressure starts to impact. That's powerful. That's solidarity, because we don't hate ordinary Americans and they don't hate us. They're trying to make us hate each other. And we're going to talk about why that matters, because that is the playbook of trying to divide their working class from ours, and it's not working. I hear from people every day, you know, we called it the battle of the snowbirds. They're all predicting, oh, the snowbirds will get tired, they'll all go back to Florida. They didn't. And I get messages from people in South Carolina and Florida, and this woman wrote the other day to me, her family rent cottages down on the shore, and they rent every year to Canadians. And she said, you are causing our family maximum economic hurt, but it is so amazing to see that no Canadians are breaking the boycott. We did that. We did that through our solidarity together. So 2 things about the boycott. I want to say why this boycott is so important, and then what it means for what we can do with it. So the boycott has always been the tool, right, that the supposedly powerless use against the powerful. It comes from Charles Boycott, who was one of those classic English sons of bitches who just treated the Irish peasants as though he could walk all over them, and he walked all over them all the time. Until the Irish decided that they were going to, they didn't have the term then, they ghosted him. The entire region ghosted him. So when he needed someone to get his crops, there was no one to get his crops. When his wagon broke down, there was no one to fix it. When he went into a store, no one saw him. They pulled their people power out, and that was the power of the boycott. At the end of the British Empire, it wasn't bayonets and battleships. It was the Indian people with Mahatma Gandhi pulling out and saying, we're not going to support anymore. So the British couldn't continue to run. It was the boycott that took down the British Empire. We know the story of Rosa Parks. But it wasn't that Rosa Parks wouldn't get off the bus. It was the boycott in Montgomery. And it was a hell of a long, hard fight. People had to make the decision every day to walk 13 or 15 miles to work. That black community had to make the decision that, yeah, they were going to be arrested. And those who tried to use the cars to carry people, their vehicles would be impounded and then they would be jailed. But as long as they weren't taking the bus, they were depriving the racist state of the money the racist state needed, and that's what broke the back of the racist state in Alabama. It was the boycott. And I was in grade 4 or 5. We went to church, and the priest came out with his long cassock on, and he had a button. And I had never seen priests wear buttons before. And he got up and he said, this is the button of the United Farm Workers. And I'm telling everyone in this parish not to buy any more grapes until we get justice for the Filipino and Mexican farm workers. Wow, we came home. My mom got rid of grapes. We never ate grapes again. I still don't know if I can eat grapes. That's the power of the boycott. What's different between all those boycotts and what happened in Canada is that nobody organized this boycott. You organized it. You organized it because of your indignation and your refusal to bend down to gangster threat. That's an extraordinary, extraordinary thing. Nothing like this has happened in memory. So I put it to you, if we can pull billions out of the US economy, if we can start to crush mega states, then we have the power to decide where those billions should go. And this is why we need to have strong, active, democratic involvement now. Because we need to decide what kind of nation are we going to be. You know, our Prime Minister said it's no longer good enough to go along to get along. I agree fully. But I believe that it's up to us to say, no, we are not going to privatize our healthcare system. Those are our values. Yes. And just because Danielle Smith says Suncor isn't making enough money, that to me is not a good enough reason to bend over backwards and break our laws. We decide what kind of economy we're going to be. And we need to think that we are in a world of increasing danger. So yeah, we are going to have to make tough decisions that we didn't have to make before. I've spent my whole life fighting for peace, believing in disarmament, and I'm looking at a very frightening, scary world. And I recognize we are going to have to make tough decisions about as a nation. But we're going to have to make tough decisions about our independence as a nation. And start having a conversation. I want to hear our politicians talk about what does it mean economically to maintain our sovereignty. Because, you know, when free trade came in, Canadians did not vote for free trade. We got screwed over on free trade. And we were told by Brian Mulroney, this was amazing, this was the future of the world, it's going to raise all boats, right? Yeah, it raised the super yachts of the oligarchs. Free trade came in and we lost 344,000 manufacturing jobs, boom. And did you see anybody in the business press saying, oh, that was a dumb move? How did we do that? Why didn't we see that? No, they told us, well, that's the price of admission. 344,000 good-paying jobs that we lost to allow globalization to come in. So I ask, what's it going to cost so that we are an economy that's able to withstand the threat of gangsters? That we retool our economy with a national vision of what it means to be Canadian. I think it's really important that we're trading with the rest of the world, and the rest of the world is looking to Canada right now. But what does it mean that we have these immense resources and we're willing to give them away to anybody with nothing in return? If we can pull billions out of the US economy, we can demand that the billions be invested here. That's why democratic involvement matters now more than ever. It's not just a civic duty. It's really whether we will be a light in a world that is getting increasingly dark, or we will slowly be dragged under. That's all the good news. So let me tell you right now about what is happening with the Donbass playbook, because they have been using this playbook again and again. The playbook of getting people to fight with one another. I've been growing increasingly concerned. I've been calling her Donbass Danielle for well over a year, and people thought I was making it up and I was being mean. It's not about being mean. It's trying to say, people, this was the Donbass playbook. They didn't need a credible separatist group in Donbass. They needed a couple of numpties that they could claim were going to be a new government. So, you know, we all look at the Mitch Sylvesters and the Alberta Republican Party headed by a former U.S. Marine. I mean, are we being gaslit here? Come on. And then we sort of laugh, and the rest of the country says, well, that's crazy Alberta. It's not going to happen. They don't need credible people. That's the thing that we learned in Donbass. And the big mistake is to say they don't have the numbers. They don't need the numbers. They need to get it on the agenda. And that's what Danielle Smith has been doing. That we have the Canada referendum, although Thomas said it's not a referendum, that so many Albertans signed, and she's basically put that on the shelf. That the pro-separatist referendum, it's not even constitutional. It's illegal. But think about this. When Treaty 6, 7, and 8 have their case heard, and their case will come down with them in the right, because they were here signing agreements with the Crown 30 years before Alberta was even thought of. If that blocks the referendum, then all the massive offshore hate bots and farms that are setting up are going to get the white supremacists to blame the Indigenous. They already are. That's what they're doing. You're right. Because that's the playbook of getting people to fight, and that's what she's doing. That's the dumpster fire she started. But the dumpster fire is about to turn into a 4-alarm fire. The doxing of all your personal information, and what Elections Alberta didn't think that was a problem. This is way more serious than an accident. Because what it means, and we saw that from some of the footage of these conspiracy groups bragging about having this as a usable database, the second that was put up, that entire list of voters and addresses and phone numbers, that was right there, shipped to Putin's offshore bot farms. It was shipped to the digital mercenaries working for MAGA. That information is how they're going to use to attack us. And how are they going to do that? Well, they can target people. If you start speaking up, you can get threatened. If you're on Facebook and you have a page that is full of people attacking you, my Facebook main page now, I don't allow comments. I don't even know if half those people are real. And that's what brings me to the Internet Research Agency. I don't know if you noticed, it said today or 2 days ago that the Internet Research Agency is set up for the Alberta referendum. My blood went cold when I saw those 3 words because I know who the Internet Research Agency is. I've been studying these guys for years, to the point my wife says, "You're starting to sound like a crazy man, you know that, eh?" And I said, yeah, that's the problem with the Age of Monsters, is that all the conspiracies are true. So let me tell you about the Internet Research Agency. Evgeny Prigozhin did 9 years in a maximum Russian labor camp for trying to beat a woman to death on the streets of Leningrad to steal her earrings. He comes out of prison. I know you guys are looking at me like, oh man, Charlie's gone, he's gone, he's blowing out the tinfoil hat. No. Yeah, right. There you go. There you go, okay. So he comes out of prison and he sets himself up at a hot dog stand in Leningrad. And the next thing we know, he appears as the chef to the oligarchs. Seriously. And then he starts getting these contracts of selling food to schools and that. Well, I mean, there were hundreds of lawsuits. Can you imagine what Prigozhin was making for the kids? But around 2012, Prigozhin found what he was really good at: internet troll. What he started to do was to try and win, kiss the ring of Vladimir Putin by setting up to target the democratic resistance in Moscow, in Leningrad, there's Petersburg. Started threatening people, hiring people to go on their pages to cause maximum chaos, debate, fight, all that stuff. He did so well, they set him up in Petersburg in this very fancy glass building, and they called it the Internet Research Agency. And they went to work for Donald Trump. And what they did, Prigozhin broke the internet, and it was so easy. They would set up a Black Lives Matter chapter, Facebook group, and then they would set up Texans for Jesus, and then they would set up Muslims for Sharia law and Hillary Clinton, and then they ran the Hillary for jail, all that stuff. All the stuff that MAGA used was being run by the Internet Research Agency as Russian trolls. And then they would go on these pages and pick fights with people. It was brilliant because people started fighting with each other. Like, we were so susceptible. By the end of 2016 election, they had millions and millions of fake accounts. They were just filling the airwaves with crap and division and hate. Afterwards, the Justice Department did a major investigation. I don't know how many people are indicted. They all walked away because they were all in Petersburg. They didn't have to be there. They did the same thing in Brexit. They did the same thing in supporting the far right in France. They did the same thing in pushing the AfD in Germany. They create pages. So when you find out that you've been doxxed, and you find out there's a Facebook page or an Instagram page with your face and your information on it, promoting, could be Danielle Smith here, or it could be promoting threats against people in Myanmar. That was what the Internet Research Agency did, and they're here now, and they're setting up. So it's not good enough to have Elections Alberta investigate. I'm sorry. Like, that does not give anybody comfort. What they are going to do is create the moment of conflict. That's what's coming, because that's the playbook. It's the playbook they've used again and again and again. And the playbook won't work if we know the playbook. The playbook won't work if we stick together. But they will rattle a lot of people, because Brexit was never going to pass. You know why David Cameron allowed the Brexit vote? He's an idiot. Well, that was one of two reasons, yeah. He thought that what it would do was let off all the steam of his extremist backbench. They would lose and life would go back. And they didn't lose. They didn't lose because they undermined the vote through the voter data information, the Cambridge Analytica. They didn't need to win by much, but they needed to identify where people could be picked away at and undermined. That's how it works. That's why what's happening right now with Danielle Smith is so important. And that's why we need people speaking up. There needs to be a full public inquiry right now. You can't let her off on this. She let the information of your family, your daughters, be leaked with their home addresses and phone numbers. She needs to be held accountable for that. And every Albertan who's had their information doxed needs to demand, number one, the elections privacy, or the Alberta Privacy Commissioner, you need to demand not just an investigation, you need to demand where my data went. I want to know who's got access to my data. Because the fact that this was sitting up on an online server when the Russians and MAGA are paying attention so closely, this is gold for them. And I would encourage you to write to the Federal Privacy Commissioner, because I believe the Federal Privacy Commissioner doesn't have probably the jurisdiction, but the one thing the Federal Privacy Commissioner can do if he gets enough, or she gets enough, they can start making calls and saying, what are you doing? We can't let this go. We cannot let this slip away, because this is a major breach of everything that's democratic and legal in this country. And if they get away with it, they're going to go to the next level, because that's the playbook. So it's not just, as I said, it's not just that you're asking for the investigation. Your data was stolen. You were put at risk. You want to know who has that data. That's what they need to investigate. I encourage you, we've got to do this. We are in the fight of our lives right now, my friends. You know this, and I know this. So this is such an important thing for us to do. Now, did I depress you enough? I got you fired up. Here's the thing, though. We are in this moment. I call it the age of the monsters. And nobody's coming to save us. It's going to be us. And maybe that's an amazing thing. You know, who wants to live in history? History sucks, eh? We've always been living in history. But we've let things slip for so long because we thought, well, nobody's paying attention. It's not going to matter. I'll tell you about my mom. I told you about her earlier. My mom called me one day and she said, I can't watch another child starve to death in Gaza. My mom's never been political. She said, I can't, as a grandmother. And I said, what are you going to do? She said, I'm going to stand out on the street with my walker. And I said, what are you going to do, Mom? She said, I'm going to have a sign. And I don't care what happens, but I'm going to get out with my sign. And I said, what's the sign going to say? And she said, Grandmother Against Genocide. It has been a year that my mom and women from all over come out at the busiest intersection at Yonge and Bloor, or Bay and Bloor in Toronto every Wednesday morning with their grandmother's signs. And then other grandmothers formed. And then grandparents formed a couple of roads up. But my mom said, that you don't have to be a grandmother to be a grandmother. But what it does, it was a simple thing. You know, and someone might say to me, well, what is that really going to do? Well, you know what? When Keir Starmer wouldn't speak up against international war crimes, when the European Union wouldn't speak up against international war crimes, when our government was hemming and hawing and saying we don't like it, but you know, well, please be better. If nobody else is standing up for the rule of law, then it falls to us. We're the only light left in this dark time. And so when Danielle Smith gaslights us and tries to make us fight with one another, we are the only ones who can stop that. That's why democracy right now matters in a way it never mattered before. Well, I guess it did matter, because if we had done it before, we wouldn't be in this position. But right now, this is where we're at. This is our line in the sand. You know, and often I speak, people say, where are the young people? Young people didn't cause this. This happened on my watch. I have an obligation to make sure that they don't have to go and lie in the fields of Europe the way another young generation did. This is our job. Our job is to say to this young generation, you shouldn't live in climate terror because Danielle Smith is threatening to break up our country. You shouldn't have to learn that genocide is okay because people won't stand up for the international rule of law. Well, we have the international rule of law and we're going to stand up for it. That's what young people need to hear. And young people need to hear that there's a future for them. Because if we can pull billions of dollars out of the US economy because they threaten us, we can put billions of dollars into the Canadian economy so we have affordable education, we have proper housing. And this is what makes us strong as a nation. Because we have shown ourselves again and again. We don't talk about it, we don't brag about it, we often make jokes about ourselves. But when they pushed us around, it was every ordinary Canadian who said, I'm going to do something. That's what we did in Europe, freeing people together, a country of only 11 million people, and they still remember us. You go to Netherlands today, they remember. 80-some years. It was because there's something in our spirit that we have to invoke now because they don't represent us. They don't represent the Juno Beach gene. They don't represent the values that we have of coming and building a nation and making lots of mistakes. But we are on a journey together. And no MAGA incel from that side of the border or no troll that hangs out with Danielle Smith is going to take that away from us. Not now, not ever, because we are a nation that is true, north, strong, and free, and we will always be true, north, strong, and free. Thank you so much. Keep up the fight. I know you guys will fight. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. What? Around 5, but we can do a few questions. Yeah.
Got time for a few questions, guys, which is amazing. So, yeah, just raise your hand. Yeah.
What we're seeing, Charlie, in Alberta, what we're Just, yeah, what we're seeing, Charlie, in Alberta is a hollowing out of democracy. It looks like everything's up front, but behind the scenes, they've just like this bill that has led to the breach of. So, how do we combat that? I mean, when the next government gets can they repeal all that stuff?
Well, that's a really important question because, you know, democracy dies from the threat that we're facing at the border, and it dies from being chipped away. You know, in Ontario, Doug the Grifter Ford, who showed up for work 51 days last year, and then got upset that we wouldn't let him buy a $28 million jet, attacking the Freedom of Information Act. The reason we have the Freedom of Information Act is so that people can find out who did you meet with when that deal went down. Right? That's the difference between corruption and the rule of law. So the hollowing out it's so important to be able to go at. And it's one thing Mark Carney is going to need to understand. Like, I totally support the need that we're going to have to fast track. We're going to have to fast track a lot of stuff if we're going to survive. But there are things that we can't fast track. You know? You don't fast track by ignoring Indigenous obligations. That's not how things are done. And, you know, I come from mining country, right? So I work with the mines all the time. And the Chamber of Commerce is always saying, we need to fast track the process and we don't need duplicate. Well, they don't have duplicate on hardly anything. But right now, the only thing the feds basically do are the waterways. I'm like, yeah, I want to make sure that the waterways in Ontario are being dealt with by the feds, not Doug Ford. But what Mark Carney, if he's hollowing that out, then we're going to lose in the long term. So this is why we have to be vigilant. This is why we show up, you know? Can we repeal that? You can repeal anything, yeah. I mean, I think if the NDP are here and you're serious about forming government, you got to do what leftist groups never do. When Mike Harris came in, they had the list of every change they were going to bring in. Not even the laws, but all the regulations that needed to be changed, and they dropped it bang. That's what you need to do. You need to start identifying what's been taken away, do it systematically, and if you form government, you come in on day one and say, these are the regulations, and let them howl at the moon. They'll howl if you change one regulation. Might as well change 1,000 of them back, because let them howl even louder. That's my view of having seen it up close. So, all right, we got a couple more?
Hi, I loved everything you said about Canadians standing up to what ICE is doing down south, but I just wanted to make a plea to both you and everybody in this room. If you truly disagree with ICE is doing, please don't turn your backs on the immigrants in this country who are being blamed. Who are being targeted both by the provincial and the federal government, who are being blamed from everything from rising grocery prices to the housing crisis, who came here looking for a better life, and many who, like me, do not have a home to go back to. The federal government has passed legislation that will make mass deportations possible in the future. And, and it is a fight that we'll have to fight one day in the future. And I plead with all of you, please be ready to fight that.
Absolutely. So that is so important, and the way they have tried to blame immigrants for the fact that they haven't been building houses is outrageous. But this weekend, Danielle Smith is in Ottawa with Mike Pompeo, Donald Trump's #1 thug, and Pierre Poilievre at a special conference with Pete Hoekstra. And one of their issues was they were going to talk about Canada's immigration problem, the day of reckoning. That's white supremacist shit. And we called it out on Midas Canada, and guess what? Pete Hoekstra had to cancel at the last minute. Apparently he had important meetings in Washington, sure, Pete. But out of us calling that out, we had counter demonstrations. So yeah, what you're saying is so important. I've been shocked at how they're trying to shift this, and it's Danielle Smith is doing it here. So, all right, we can take maybe one or two more.
Hi, thank you, Charlie. You said to go on to the federal
Privacy Commissioner.
Privacy Commission, because I did that, and it's showing for more information, contact the provincial or territorial oversight office, and that's as far as you can go.
No, there should be a direct for complaints. There should be one. I was looking at it earlier. Now, I could see that the federal commissioner is going to say provincial, but I think if they get enough, they have done excellent work in the past, and they have gone after very, very, very big players, and they have the tools to do it. So and it was Mark Tarion was the last one I dealt with privacy, so I'm not in Parliament, so I don't have the information. But what you want to ask is the investigation, not just the breach, but you want to know what happened to your personal information because you believe you've been put at risk, and you're asking them to take this on. If they get enough of that, they will make some calls and make people very uneasy. If they take it on, and they may take it on, they've done that in the past. They've done surprising things with British Columbia and the feds working together, so it could happen.
Thank you.
All right, one more. Got one at the back.
Welcome back to Alberta, Charlie. Always
Good to be
see you.
back.
Yeah. You mentioned the federal government. I'm just wondering, at what point does the public safety minister need to be involved? Because we're talking about people's personal information, and we're talking about some crazy people getting a hold of it. So at what point does it become a federal issue around the Minister of Public Safety?
That's a really important question, but it's also foreign interference. You know, like, we have to address the foreign interference threat. I'd read that the RCMP earlier checked into it and didn't see any evidence, and it's like, oh my God, if they're the ones who are going to help us now, we're on our own. But when they start to feel that pressure, so pushing your MPs, pushing the ministers on this, there is a serious foreign interference threat. The fact that this information has been taken is not just a privacy breach. It is a major threat. So I think it's really important to do that. I just want to say, you know, I didn't expect to be traveling the country fighting fascists. My wife thought I'd build her a greenhouse or two, and then she realized I was taking up way too much space. So she said, "Don't you have some fascists to go fight?" But we are really, really engaged in this conversation, because what invigorates me is everywhere I go, I see people at the grassroots. We're trying to build the grassroots networks. We're trying to teach people, and I'm a terrible teacher on that because I'm more of an anarchist than any other kind of organizer, but how we start to do this. So this is why we set up the Midas Canada Network, and we're starting this global conversation. We're talking to people around the world every day who are in this. Jenny Yeremy's here from Calgary. She does a lot of great work with us. And we've been saying to people, again, Alberta's the front forward trench. And so what you guys are doing matters. We want to get back to Alberta in a big way. We do the town halls. If you want to do a town hall, contact our team. We need a team on the ground who can do the organizing, but we are committed to being part of the democratic revitalization that's going to happen from the grassroots. Nobody's coming to save us. No big bright star is going to come in and fix it all and make it go away. We're in the fight of our lives, and it's going to be a long-term fight, but we've got this. We are going to win this, and we are going to come out on the other side with our values intact. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Charlie's got to go, I don't know, do another one of these or 5 tomorrow or something like that. So let's give Charlie one more big round of applause. Thank you, Charlie Angus, for being here. It's fantastic. That is a wrap on the first day of our conference, folks. I want to say a couple things. The first thing I want to say is that I thought that it was a really great day. You all did a lot of work out there. I see you. I also really want to just take a moment to recognize all the people who made this possible. First and foremost, our staff team of Shiza and Deanne. They are amazing colleagues, and they mostly keep us on time, which is nice. And then I also want to make sure that we recognize all of the amazing volunteers who have kept everyone moving along and put this all together, led by the amazing, incomparable Joan Payton. If you haven't talked to Joan yet, oh, you probably have because she's everywhere. Joan has been working with volunteers and it's been incredible. So folks, that's a wrap on day one. We're kind of just going to have a little bit of a really light kind of thing, just networking. Tomorrow, we're going to continue the conversation about coalition building. We're also going to hear from Dr. Paul Parks and Dr. Yipeng Gi. Lots of doctors here this year. It's great. And also, hopefully, get a big picture together with the no two-tier healthcare signs. That would be awesome. So just as you go home tonight, come back tomorrow. Don't forget to come back. That's the last thing. And there was one more housekeeping thing that I'm forgetting. Oh, yeah, there's a feedback form. So fill that out today or tomorrow by the end of day. We really want to hear about how you're enjoying this and what could be improved so we can make it even better next year. So thank you so much for being here and for all of your energy and time. Thank you. Thanks.
Charlie.